Hello. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, interesting. So this one complained about debugging information corrupt. But it didn't actually torch the executable. What does it mean? Now I get to try and remember what are the tools that we use to look at these things. I think there was some LLVM tool that we used last time to look at object files. LLVM readobj and LLVM objdump. Like, just give me the file. Version 4. It's probably fine though. Sure, I'm just going to download this file. From pconlife.com. Casey is just showing a debugger feature that I would like. What debugger feature is that? Dude, I just want a Windows binary. Just fucking give me one. From a reliable source. How goddamn hard is this? I could copy it to Linux and then read object over there. Looking at selected fields in a nicely formatted table. Wanted to view an array of structs, but only view some members of the struct. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I'm already ready to give up on my gnarly debugging session because I hate everything about this. Let me go get some tea ready. I have brand new package of Golden Monkey and airtight sealed container to put it in after opening, and so we're going to see if it's more delicious. And as a special surprise, we will give out beta keys at some point during tonight's thing. I don't know how many. It'll be whenever I feel like it. We'll give out a small number, a one-digit integer number of beta keys. And if we actually fix this bug, then we'll give 2 beta keys to whoever we give beta keys to, and then each of them can give their friend a beta key. Or sell it on eBay, I guess. But that's only if we fix the bug. So the stakes are high. What is the bug? The bug is, I can't demonstrate it as clearly yet, but the bug appears to be when we write out the relocations for our executable, we somehow screw up and they end up in the wrong places. And sometimes this happens in the actual text segment of the executable. Sometimes it happens in the debug segment, so like here. And during lunch, you know, I wrote some code to try and verify that this isn't happening in a you can imagine that, like, you know, the places where we decide to write the relocations into, that we screw those up in the process of running the program, the compiler. But they appeared to be okay, although I guess I didn't verify. I put in some assertions, and I guess I didn't verify that the assertions don't go off when this happens, which I probably should. I was assuming that if this happens, it sort of happens every time, but it only happens in a way that causes us problems sometimes. But what I would like to do, for example, here, is dump the object file and figure out, okay, what's corrupt exactly. Does it happen regardless of the format of the resulting executable? Well, so what we're doing is we're just compiling Sokoban every time, and sometimes it happens. So we're making the same executable in the same format every time. Something weird with relative addresses, or is it the actual structure of the executable? I do not know. I do not know. So I already don't frickin' remember what. Let's figure out where the Microsoft things are. So here we do this. Actually, maybe it's in the path. VC Varzal. Nope. Come on, bro. Okay, do we have obj dump? Okay, we have dump bin. There's something else. There's some other Microsoft program. I don't know. Anyway. What? Where is it? Oh, I think it's here. No. That's not the obj file. Okay, hold on, I gotta attend to my tea. My brand new fresh Golden Monkey tea. Heck to the yeah. The rest of it is going straight in the tea jail. This is dangerous because if I spill it all bad, it'll go everywhere. Ah! See what I said? I didn't realize it would fill up and kind of back up into the thing. Okay, it barely fits. Okay, hold on. I've got some tea on the floor. We have a tea problem. Dear Golden Monkey Leafs, you have not died in vain. See, isn't this debugging session going really well so far? At this rate, we'll solve it in no time. Okay. So, the beta keys are on the line. Objdump comes with LLVM, but you have to fucking compile LLVM. which takes hours and days, and I'm not going to do that. I don't think we keep the binary. Let's see. Nope. Nope. We do not keep that. So like if somebody can tell me where I can download an actual binary. Because I am not going through the pain of trying to figure out how to compile LLVM. I've simply suffered too much for that. GitHub LVM releases. Aha. This is actual. Now look, the 5 times that I typed in LVM objdump binary, if web search was any good, it would have brought me to this page. But it didn't. So, okay, is this a self-extracting? What is this? Let's just see what this is. Yeah, Google used to be way better for programmers in like 2005. You know, it's awful now for programmers. GNU objdump is less hassle. I don't know. Anyway, so we also have dump bin / headers. I don't even know where this object file is because I don't remember. So let's find that. Working on it. Look how slow this is, dude. It's not like there's that many files. I guess there is an LLVM install in there. I take it back. So we can see from the command where it is. Sokoban.build. I found it faster than Windows search did. Okay, we're going to make a folder called corrupted debug. So that we can recompile again. And we'll have more instances of it, because maybe, you know, maybe if I observe over multiple instances what's wrong, I'll see a pattern or something. Who knows? Anyway. So now, like, I don't want LLVM in the path because that's going to cause all sorts of fuck ups. I guess I could take it out. All right. All right, so program files, LLVM, bin, LLVM, objdump. Okay, let's find. Bro. Like, what is going on with Windows? Can someone... All right. Anyway. I guess you have to quote it every time, always. So... it doesn't like that. It needs an option. pass at file. Oh, that's to read options. How does it want to read standard input or something? No. Why is it giving me grief? Okay. What? So, like, what option do I put to make it actually want to run? Like, how am I supposed to know? I know I've run this successfully before, but I think it was because someone told me exactly the thing to run. I probably have a note on this somewhere. How about if we do -- section headers? Hey, we got to do something. All right. R data types, data, DL init, X data, P data. Are X data and P data supposed to be the same size? Maybe. Dude, our BSS segment is massive. Golden Monkey Tea is so good, guys. Objdump -AW. Doesn't know W. Okay. These debug sections are quite large. File format, cough. x86-64, that's correct. Okay, how do I show relocations? That's the thing that I want to see. -- disassemble all. Let's try that. Whoops. Hey, okay. R data. Okay, we don't want to disassemble R data. That's not a good idea. So can we -- disassemble and then a section? All executable sections. Disable or display the dynamic relocation entries. I don't know if dynamic relocations are different from static. Maybe. I hate everything about this right now. Guys, if this was just a fucking GUI program, you would drag the thing onto the GUI program. It would display something useful, and then you would have other shit to click on to find out useful things about it. Like, this is trash. Like, -- reloc. Welcome to 1973 programming. Okay, so, okay, here's lots of relocations. Now, the thing is, I hit Q, and it says IO failure on output stream, invalid argument, because I hit Q on more. Guys, this is the level of software quality that we are looking at. They can't handle quitting from more. Why am I doing this? All right. Like what is going on with like all software today? Okay, so something that maybe looked important was there. I'm not sure what just disconnected from my computer. It wasn't the microphone or camera though. Okay, look at all these relocations. Okay, I'm going to dump this to a file. Look how much faster that was than the console, because Microsoft's console is so fast. Corrupted debug, output.text. Output is large, 11 megabytes. This computer with, I don't even know how many gigs of RAM I have, 32, cannot, it's scared of opening an 11 megabyte file. Error, okay, I'm just looking for the word error because maybe that'll actually mean an error. Doesn't seem to though. Nope. So like when I tried to link with this, it said debug info corrupted. I assume that meant relocations going to nowhere, but all these relocations look okay. But it's not showing me all the info. It's not showing me the offset of the relocation. Maybe the offset's just 0 for all of these. I don't know. Like all this stuff is stuff that's like deep in libraries. Or something. See, okay, here is why modern computers are terrible, is like, when I try to link this, it knows there's something corrupt in the file. It won't even tell me what it is or where it is. So I have to go on this large journey to figure out even where it is, which the fucking linker could just tell me, right? I had this experience yesterday with curl. I was trying to send emails for our beta keys, and you submit an email to EasyCurl and it says, an argument to curl is incorrect. And you're like, which one? Are you going to deign to tell me? No. So you get to spend hours of debugging for something that would have taken 15 minutes for the code author to put in there. And then you multiply by everybody who's ever used curl, however many times they've gotten that error. And it's a giant ecological disaster, right? Many people's lifetimes would have been saved by fucking goddamn telling you what argument is wrong. Like, I don't understand how people are this irresponsible. How many people use curl? You know what I'm saying? Oh, handmade hero people, just in time for the end of my rant about curl wasting many lifetimes of humanity. So this is a similar thing. It's less common, like fewer people write object files, but I've already spent, just working on this compiler, I've already spent several days of my life just trying to figure out where in the object file is corrupt, because the thing doesn't fucking bother to tell me, right? And it just makes me angry. Like, what is wrong with the people who write these things? And why are they so irresponsible? It is our code that is outputting the object file. We are doing something wrong. We don't know what. We have no idea what we are doing wrong, except that it manifests sometimes as like garbled bytes in our executable. And I take that to mean that when we write relocations, we're doing it wrong sometimes, but not usually. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, can we find relocations that are obviously wrong? Like, if we found relocations that were pointing outside any segment, we might be able to, like, put in an assertion for that or something, right? But, like, I'm just trying to figure out what even the linker knows that it's not bothering to tell me. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Can you try to link with debug version of LLD? No. Probably not. How am I going to get debug version of LLD? Without spending days trying to figure out how to compile LLVM. Like, this is one of those things. If I could compile LLVM in 1 second, like I could compile my game, then all I would have to do is figure out how to get it to compile, which would still take a day. But then I could compile it over and over. But, like, the fact that it takes an hour every time you attempt to compile it is insane. We could go back to that GitHub page that we're on and see, does this have debug at all? Is there a separate place for a debug executable? I don't see any indication of this. I don't ever do GitHub though, so I don't know where things would be. Are there debug executables on here? How big is LVM with debug symbols? It's quite large. We do not even check in. So, you know, we have a version of the LLVM libraries that we use archived in our compiler tree, and we do not save the debug version because it's like a gigabyte. It's insane. And almost all the information in that gigabyte is redundant C++ header file information over and over and over and over again. It's nuts. LLVM read obj. We literally are trying to run LLVM read obj, aren't we? Oh no, we're using LLVM obj dump. Let's try read obj. Okay, let's try that. I seem to remember running this one before, so we have used this successfully to find problems before. I just don't remember what we did because it was like 1.5 years ago. Like, it's the year 2022. You should just have a little windowed program where you drag your object file into it and it shows you what's wrong. Like, why is that not a thing? Why do I not have what is wrong with my object file.com? A service of Zombocom. Okay, so this looks like a lot of the same things. Expand relokes. Okay, do I have to say a section? Okay, that sure is a lot of stuff. We can see if invalid data was encountered while parsing the file. That is good. Hey, guess what? It doesn't tell me where at all, but maybe it exits and okay. So I think I could assume it's after this. What is a lines section? This is our first hint. CFF Explorer, it's literally called CFF Explorer and not COF Explorer. Whoops, I just closed my Twitch. CFX Explorer. NT Core. CFX Explorer was download the Explorer suite. This sounds sweet. How do I want to open this file? I mean, it's a frickin' zip file, right? All right, I'm exploring. All right, we're going to drag the file. Here we go. Boom. Oh, it's in Sokoban. Corrupted debug. Boom. Okay. Unknown format. This is not a good start. This is not good. I mean, maybe I can cross-reference this with something, but this is not. I guess it expects an executable only. I don't know. Most people don't have this problem, but the people who have this problem have it a lot, and they spend a great deal of time having this problem. It is absolutely worth making better tools for this. Like the amount that you come out ahead. This is why open source is stagnant, by the way, because they just don't ever do this computation, right? The amount that you would come out ahead by just having a better thing for this is tremendous. And that's in a niche thing like this, right? It's insane. It's insane how bad things are. Okay. So it's a lines section, which I didn't write the code, so I don't remember what that is, but now okay, here's the thing. I don't even know if what it's complaining about is the same thing that the linker is complaining about. It might be, though. It might be. Subsection size 78 hex. Let me just see. Subsection type lines, F2. That's, whoops. Yep, so type lines. Okay, we only have one place that does this. So we're writing out subprograms. And I guess it's on the second one. Or the third one, probably. Because, well, okay, this is weird, right? Did they just not flush? Like, you know, if it's yellow, let it mellow, because there's no close bracket here. Like, what did they not like about what came after this? Is there something inside the subsection that they didn't like? I'm going to assume it's this one that's actually bad. This is where I am assuming, okay, I don't actually know. Here's the problem. Because fucking LLVM read obj doesn't tell me where the invalid data is, I have to guess. Maybe it flushed and exited in the middle of inspecting this. Or maybe, because we all know standard IO buffers stuff, maybe it was like 5 sections later and that was buffered in libc and it didn't get written out to the file. I have literally no idea. And nobody's going to tell me. Right? Well, we know that it got at least this far before finding invalid info. Can I inspect that subsection with the object dump tool if I knew how to use it? Like, how, what am I even supposed to do? Right? Can I say, is there something about lines? Line numbers. What's that going to do? I mean, that's for code. Although maybe it might incidentally tell me what the problem is. Like if the problem is in the line number table, then okay, well, it disassembled the program. There's no error string. Emacs cannot handle a 2 million line file without stalling frequently. Where are the line numbers? See, I'm looking at this. This looks totally effed right here. Like, what is this? I don't know. Is it totally effed? No, because all these... Like, what are we even looking at here? No, because we're adding and subtracting the same number. What code is this that I'm even looking at? It looks like somebody's weird jump table thing that's not even ours. Like, wish I had symbol names here. Why Why doesn't it look up symbol names? I mean, I have no idea that this has anything to do with anything. I'm just like looking at it. Because we are linking libc. That could be in libc. This looks like code we generated because it very aggressively spills all the registers, which makes me sad. I mean, it looks kind of like it spills more than we use, which is bad. Anyway. Is this $sign an address of something that it's not looking up? No, because we wouldn't. I wonder if this is something Ryan did recently that I am not familiar with. Anyway, the fact that the numbers match every time lead me to believe they aren't garbage. Oh, this is probably stack trace node stuff. This is stack trace node hash stuff. That's why. Okay, never mind. It's my fault. That's why these look like garbage numbers. They're hashes. Okay, let's get back on the track. So it managed to do this without complaining, which is weird because it also, like readobj said, our lines table is corrupt. So why would readobj, or we think maybe it's our lines table. Maybe it's not our lines table. Dollar is immediate value, isn't it? I don't know AT&T syntax. I have no idea. All right. So maybe it's this lines table. So here we put a pointer into the text section. We could put some assertions that like that is not effed. Subprogram length, which is 0x78 again. It's like there's just a lot of stuff here. I mean, maybe we have an alignment problem here. An AI alignment problem. Like, I literally don't know. Maybe try dash dash code view subsection bytes. It is supposed to payload of other types of entries as individual records. To which program? To which program? We'll try them both. Okay, maybe this one. Ta-da! Dash dash expand relokes are not needed. Dude, does it matter? Like, that's not going to, deleting that option is not going to do anything. Looking at LLVM code, it fails if the same symbol name in a line section is encountered more than once. If the same symbol name in a line section is encountered more than once. So the thing is, see, there's so many unknowns, right? So firstly, it's actually the Microsoft linker that's complaining, right? Secondly, so we have LLVM complaining as well. We have no idea if what LLVM is complaining about is the same as what the Microsoft linker is complaining about, if it's different. We don't know if what the LLVM linker is complaining about is actually a problem for anyone or if it's a bug. Like, literally no idea, and we don't even know if it's in this subsection. It's just the last thing that flushes to the file. We could like log what we write here. The problem is this problem doesn't happen every time. Oh, you know what we could do? I could try running it because we have this stashed in a side folder, right? I can keep running it till this happens again. Now, okay, so there's a reason why I'm sus that this would be the location of the problem code anyway. And that reason is that I've seen this bug manifest as corrupt executables as well. And this doesn't have anything to do with the executable section, right? The text section of the program. So, I mean, maybe there's two bugs and maybe we make progress by fixing unrelated ones. I don't know. Does the MS dump bin still complain? It never complained. I don't know how to use any of these programs. Like, it would take a week to learn how to use these programs. I don't want to spend a week fixing this bug. Right? It's just a frickin' object file. You shouldn't need a degree in object file science to be able to look at the object file. It's just not a thing. That's just the hell that I'm stuck in. It should be in that thing I already downloaded. What should be in that thing? Can I try linking with the LLVM linker? You know, interestingly, with Sokoban, we used to have an option to use LLD. Let's try it. I haven't tried it in a long time, and that might have decayed. Oh no, we are, oh wait, we are using LLD by default, right? Do we have enough scroll back to, no, but we could run that again. Running linker. Now we're running link.exe. Why? Oh, we're probably not running the custom. Okay. So I think just to exercise both, I have them using different linkers. So now we are using LLD. Now the problem is this doesn't happen every time, right? So we can compile a bunch of times, like 30 or 40. Good thing it doesn't take an hour. And see if the problem happens. Now the thing is, oh, you know what I should have done? If I can somehow get, because this console is so bad, it might be hard, but I could like get this whole command in my cut buffer and run it on the known corrupted object file. Let's try that. All right. $2,000 characters. That's where we're at. That's how many link lines characters we have. Okay, it didn't care. So, I mean, we could try, okay. Let's try running the Visual Studio one again, and let's see if it complains every time. Because it might, like, maybe there's like some incremental build debug info thing happening, even though we don't want that to be, like, there's so much complexity in this system. All right, so we're going to take that off again, just so I can, whoops, just so I can see the link command. We're going to recopy this file back there. We're going to make sure we didn't overwrite it. It should be, I don't know, 20 minutes old. 7:43. Oh my God, it's an hour old. All right, my life is just dribbling away. All right, so we're going to run this now. We're going to run this now. Dude, how am I supposed to copy and paste? All right. Oh, look how fast that console is. Okay, we pasted too much. Okay, so it consistently doesn't like this. And LLVM is not helping us. But it's good that this message is reproducible. Like, that's at least one good thing about my reality right now. So the LLD is not going to help us unless the debug LLD will. So let's see. So do we have program files x86? No, it was not an x86. It's LVM bin LLD. No, I don't see any debug stuff in there. I do not see debug stuff. We could see if we could somehow like we could see if this dumps the line numbers. I don't know how these options work, but clearly it doesn't do anything. Dash section. I mean, is this in P data or X data or debug $S? I don't remember. I hate literally everything about this. Okay, so interestingly, this, okay, little bit of trivia, COF files in the same days when 640K is enough for anyone, 64K relocations was enough for anyone. So if you have more than that, you have to write FFFF here, and then the actual number of relocations is somewhere in the first relocation. I hope we did that right. Probably didn't, because it's code. Text section doesn't have that many relocations, so, and we, like I say, I have seen the text section messed up. P data is for exceptions. Yeah, but that doesn't, like, we don't know what it's complaining about. It could be complaining about P data. We literally don't know. 0 number of line numbers in text section. I mean, the line numbers, I don't know. Like, I don't remember, all these debugging formats are weird and messed up and like not how you would think. These all do say number of line number 0, which is weird. But I don't know if they're supposed to say number of line number 0. I don't remember what all these sections are. They literally do all say number of line number 0, though. What if I run this? So we did, let's go back to this command that complains in the membrane. Linking object is if no debug info. What if we do the LLD1? Do we get debug info? Let's just break all right now. We do get debug info. All right. Locals. I mean, isn't the line number data necessary to print locals? Like if I step down, hold on, up, 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 where was dummy? Here. So, oh, it didn't, okay. It didn't descope dummy, but that's not, aren't the line numbers we're using actually for the debug stepping? This should be 0. Okay. That is good to know. That is helpful information. If you can build LLVM and debug, it takes multiple days to build LLVM and debug. That is a hell that I'm just not going to invite myself into. You would need line numbers for stepping. Oh, hey. I wonder if I run remedy if it would tell me what's messed up. Except the executable is after the linker is done with it either way. So that's not the issue. Like, we can't do it that way. Okay, George, what's your recommendation of what I should do if I'm outputting a corrupt object file somehow? The thing is, I suspect that even if we could get one of these tools to tell us what's wrong, it might not be that helpful because, like I said, I've seen this manifest, and one of our beta users has seen this manifest as just corrupted code in the text section that looks like 4 or 8 bytes at a time, which looks like relocations just stamped down in completely arbitrary places, which isn't even necessarily a file format problem. It's not necessarily it's just like maybe when we wrote the file out, something was too long or it wasn't aligned right. And then, like, I don't know. Did I try verbose switch in link.exe? I did not. Can I put that way at the end? Oh boy. Okay. Let's output that to verbose.text. Set error. I'm searching for the string error, but maybe that wouldn't end up in this file. Like, how scared am I that there are control question marks here? Anyway, finished pass 2, launching VC tip. Create file failed with 2. That's like, what is VC tip? Does it not like, is 2 like standard error? PC load letter. This entire thing is PC load letter, guys. That is the name for it. Okay, so aha. Debug information corrupt, recompile module. Now, does that mean that it's right here that it doesn't like? I don't know. Probably not. Run it again to see if it shows up here right after akvorbisdecoder.lib. All right. I mean, that doesn't tell us anything definitive. Okay, no. I think last time it showed up after the second one, and now it's after a bunch. It's after mapping 0.obj, like 10 or so in. Now it's a totally different place. Yeah, this is just being output to a different stream or from a different thread. Who knows? Or it's just not synced. If I ever meet who wrote this code, they're not invited to my birthday party. Has to be something that changes during runs, maybe uninitialized memory somewhere. Yep, it could be uninitialized memory. By the way, I also spent a bunch of time today trying to get Dr. Memory to run. Couldn't get it to run correctly. I tried to figure out like Rational Purify, who the hell owns that now, and some other company bought that from IBM, and you can't even download a demo. You have to send them an email begging to download a demo someday. So like I did that, but chances of me being able to use that are slim. Address sanitizer. Does address sanitizer run on Windows? I didn't think so. Actually, maybe it does if you use Clang as your compiler, which we don't. Because our compiler is this other thing. Although I guess, right, like I guess you can switch Visual Studio to use Clang. Like that's a whole project that to do that just to try and use address sanitizer, I'm not sure is a good idea. Does latest Visual Studio have some kind of ASAN? I don't know. I'm on Visual Studio 2017. VS 2022 has address sanitizer. Okay, do I dare download Visual Studio 2022, try to upgrade the project, and see if it helps? How do I center a div? Yes, we are trying to center a div. $2019. No, we're using Visual Studio 2017. Let's close this thing. I mean, this is all so... You will run into C++ compiler issues. Okay, that doesn't sound good. All right, we have a moral choice here like in BioShock. What do I do next? This is so stupid because this linker knows exactly what my problem is and what I should do next, and it just won't tell me. It knows it's wasted an hour and 15 minutes of my time so far. Actually, much longer than that, because this bug has been in the compiler for months. But this is my first very serious attempt to debug it. It knows what the fuck the problem is. Run link.exe in single-threaded mode. That may or may not help. Link.exe single-thread /cg threads. I don't know if that's the right option. That didn't seem right. type link/dump. What? Oh, they mean link is the executable. Okay, where do we find threads? This is all so stupid. Guys, I can get so much actual feature implementation work done in the time that I'm doing this. Stack, subsystem, swap run, toolbid, TS aware, version, winmd, whole archive, wooks, opt, PDB, profile, safeset, no assembly, middle, natviz, map info, libpath. Does anyone know? Here's what I want to do, guys. Like I've said, this bug manifests, if it's only one bug, it manifests in several ways. /cg threads, I did that. I didn't know the option. That's a cl.exe bug. Wait. Wait, do you put it on there? Like, how does this even work? I guess CG threads is an option for it. Do I put colon? I put colon. All right. I assumed it was space. Okay, let's see if that did anything. Corrupt. ucrt.lib 5 down. I still don't exactly know what that would mean. So it seems unlikely that this is where the problem is, because we don't even write this into our obj file, right? This is like a totally different thing. I don't think this is going to help. Let's do it again. Nope. Totally different. Totally different. Did we run it with CG threads 1? Yes, we did. Have I found the MASM32 thread saying that the link 4209 problem was patched in the VS 15.5 update? No. Is that what this is, though? Are you serious? Are you serious, dude? Version 15.9.43. Like, it's crazy that dxdiag is in here. So it's up to 15.9.48, released on May 10, 2022. This is not the latest. Oh, never mind. The article is May 10. Please visit. No, we don't want 2019. We want 2017. Can I just download an updater? Oh God, I don't know my Microsoft account. Is there like a patcher? Apache? See yellow flag top right. Yellow flag? Or did you mean on the web page? Like, why does everyone in Twitch chat speak in riddles? Should I just try 2022? Help check for updates. You are correct. Now, because this is a Heisenbug, even after updating 500 megabytes, even after updating, we don't know if that's going to fix it. Here, hold on. I've got like build servers running. Let's take those down just in case. 2022 doesn't support SSIS. What's an SSIS package? You would try 2019 first. What? How is 2022 bad? Chances of you asking to update to 2017 and actually installing 2022 is non-zero. No, we know that's not going to happen because it was only 500 megabytes. If it were 500 gigabytes, it would be installing 2022. Integration services. Whatever an integration service is, I don't want it. Microsoft makes VS worse every year, dude. That's why I'm on 2017. It's like the forcing function used to be like, hey, you have to have this version of Visual Studio to use the PlayStation SDK. That's what forces us to update, right? We're mostly targeting Windows right now, so we're not chasing current versions of the PlayStation SDK right now. So we're not being forced to upgrade. Also Xbox SDK. I don't want to blame Sony. Sony or Microsoft. All right, well, let's just rebuild the compiler, even though that probably doesn't matter. What? So this is a very specific thing here that it's using, right? C program files x86, even though they're 64-bit binaries. Somebody didn't understand what those folders are for. Microsoft Visual Studio 2017, professional, VC. Like, why are there two different folders now? Why don't they just hard link one folder to the other folder since everyone uses them indiscriminately, including Microsoft? Tools, MSVC, 14, 16, 27023, bin, host x64, x64. Okay, so okay, this is still the only one. Modified at 9:07 p.m. That's now. Okay, we have not recompiled Sokoban, so we still have the old object. And I'm going to hit enter. Okay. So the one deadly thing that I did not do is I didn't search LNK4209 because I assumed it was our bug. I assumed, because we're writing a compiler and we write out the object file, I assumed it was our bug, right? Now that said, there may be more than one bug. Like I was saying, sometimes we get debug info corrupt. Sometimes we do not. Sometimes we don't get a debug info corrupt, but we get a bad executable. So like, I have to kind of go Heisenbug my stuff. I'm just going to keep compiling Sokoban. All right. Who, let me look back. So Nanometer said this is a bug in VC, but someone said it first. I'm looking for the actual LNK4209. Okay. The first person who I see mentioning it is RC Moretto. You are still here. Okay. I'm in the wrong command profile. You mean like VC vars wise? I don't know what you mean. Okay, VC Moretto gets 3 beta keys for the compiler that I'm going to whisper to you. And you can use one yourself if you're not already a beta user, and you can email them to your friends. And these look like one line of poetry, and you just have somebody email the, I'll type you the email address with one of these, and they'll get signed up for the beta. I have to go to my key database. All right. Okay, I'm going to whisper. Each of the following lines is a beta key. Have someone email this address. Up to the beta. Whoops. So I pasted them, and Twitch didn't respect the new lines. There's one. Now, people who are trying to back figure it out from the thing, you don't know which lines I picked. All right. Anyway, congratulations. We'll give out probably a couple more beta keys tonight, but figuring out from the signs in my keyboard. Yeah. Dude, Elon could buy this compiler. I will sell it to him for 10% less than he's going to buy Twitter for. I will sell him this compiler. Did I want to run it? Oh, I see what you're saying. No, you're right. This is the wrong folder, but this link command is independent of folder. This link command is specifying everything by absolute path, so we're fine. All right, so now it's a good point though that I don't want to be in this folder. Let's go back. See, the one that we're actually using is the one that we copied back over there. We could copy it again just to make triple sure. But it was the right one. Oh, God damn it. Wait, what happened? No! I gave someone a beta key who didn't fix the problem. Wait, what happened? I mean, it was a good suggestion. Wait, what? Okay, now my problem, as I was doing that copy, I was like, I should compare the files before doing the copy. No, it's okay because we promised to give out keys anyway, and now those keys. So now I'm really confused because it's updated 9:07 p.m. So this is the new linker. At least he made me happy for 2 minutes. That is true. Should delete all DLL and obj and create new with the new version. I mean, it's true that like maybe it's true that maybe something snuck over, but I don't think so. All right, let's go. I still don't know what's happening right now. Okay, let's not even do this. Let's go .build old. We compile. Now, see, usually when we compile, we don't get the bug anyway. So the fact that we didn't get it this time doesn't mean anything. Let's see if it happens to crash, though, because we do have a crash bug that manifests sometimes. It probably won't crash either. We have to fix our startup speed, but that'll happen when we switch backends. Okay, if I copy this back, actually, yeah, it's not the command. Why didn't we get an error one time? I was quite up to date. Okay. Well, we're sad. We're not actually fixed. I rebuilt Sokoban. I didn't think I had, but that is the most likely explanation. If we ever care forensically, we could go back in the VOD and find it. Well, everybody, I'm sad sack again. What do I do? How do I figure this out? Okay, here's an idea, guys. I have a different idea of how to approach this. Like I said, sometimes this manifests as messing up the executable. If we can get a build that messes up the executable, we can figure out what offset from the text section is the mess up, and then we can verify that it's a relocation. Because we don't even know that. We're just kind of assuming that, right? It could just be, for example, like someone suggested, an uninitialized variable in the compiler that's causing us to like output the wrong thing sometimes, or maybe we're stomping our own memory after we write out the machine code. Like, these things are all possibilities, right? So I don't know how many builds it's going to take to get the, okay, so we got another debug information corrupt. So actually, let's just copy that out just in case. That's not what I was looking for, but So now we have two examples of getting corrupted debug info. They're different sizes, interestingly. Did Mark send me his corrupt exes? He didn't. I don't know if he has them. That would actually be good. If he sends them next time he gets the problem, that'll be great. It's just we should be able to repro it here. Oh, we got it again. Oh, let's do that again. Yeah, they're slightly different sizes every time, which is actually mostly to be expected, actually, sort of, maybe. But now I'm just going to ignore debug info errors, and I'm just going to keep running it, and we'll see if we crash. Like, it's weird. It used to happen quite often that we would crash. Like, sometimes it seemed like 100% repro. Why not reproducible build? The compiler is multi-threaded, and user level meta programs can be multi-threaded, although ours is not. That said, if we wanted to try to make a reproducible build, we could like resort things on the back end. It's just we're not, that hasn't been an emphasis right now. And if I go make it reproducible and this bug no longer manifests, then we just hid the bug and made it harder to find. So I want to fix the bug before we even think about that. I don't know how many runs this is going to take, everybody. Congratulations, me. Let me turn off the air conditioner. Oh my God, did it crash? Actually, the corrupted exes don't help. It's like we need the corrupted object file having to do with the corrupted exe. Okay, if this crashed, that's good news, in a sense. I mean, it's bad news, but it's good news. No, this is great because we can just run it again. Yeah, okay, no, this is good. See, it's not a Heisenberg bug once this happens. Like, we can run the game as many times as we want. Dude, why? Okay. Start page. Soko debug. So I'll show you guys what this looks like. We'll just wait for it to crash. It'll take longer because we're running from the debugger. Is it the bug when sometimes random bytes appear in the code? Yes. Okay, illegal instruction. That's exactly what we are looking for. Inside a very small function, interestingly. Okay, so we're going to go... go to disassembly. Oh, no. Why doesn't Visual Studio know which one it is? Like, how am I supposed to know? The stack is hosed. I guess we'll try every one. Like, how does it not know? Okay, so that was the wrong one. Can I try again? Please? How do I try again? Nope, it's just taking me back to the same one. Well, I might be hosed. Use remedy. That's maybe a good example, a good idea. Well, we can show the code bytes in Visual Studio as well. It's just, what it was is like, it does this by name for some reason. And then it was like, here are all the overloads. I guess we could maybe assume it's in this file, but it may not be packed contiguously. No, because this is in order of the executable. There's no reason to believe that these overloads are next to each other. So I had like a 1 in 10 chance of getting the right one, and I didn't. God damn it, dude. Computers suck so bad. Like, take me back to that window, please. Okay, we could do it. We're just going to do it this way. It's like it knows what the instruction pointer is for where it is. Why is it asking me, right? Okay, let's do this. Because maybe we could actually go to that address if Visual Studio doesn't suck. Crop, we probably can't, but maybe we can. Okay, we actually might be able to use that to tell us which one. Okay, Control Alt D. Oh, it's just taking me to this. Wait, no, it actually took me to the right place. Oh, if I do this instead of go to disassembly on the menu, it takes me to the right one. Okay, illegal instruction. And honestly, this pop RBP is probably wrong because, okay, this is in the postamble here where, okay, there's like a show code bytes. So all of these look fine. And then, so guys, by the way, among the rocket, we might break out remedy. Among the rocket science of Visual Studio, if it's not a legal instruction, it doesn't show you the bytes. You can't possibly know the bytes if it's an illegal instruction. Such trash, dude. Like, this trash piles up over and over decades, and nobody can do anything anymore. This is like what... This is like what happens. Just go to the memory. How do I go to the memory? I don't know how to do that. You mean like down here? Okay. Can I get it not to draw these as characters? I guess I'll just read the numbers that are not in hex. Memory window. Debug Windows. Memory 1. Address. This one, please. Okay. 5D, 07. The mystery byte here is 07. Visual Studio knows that. It just doesn't want to say. 05909C24401. Now, the question is, see this here? Okay, so the decoding desyncs here. This instruction here is wrong, but you can see that it's like off by 1 byte. This F2 here is the start of this instruction. This is actually another move SD, right? So this F2 is correct. So what's wrong is everything from the 5D maybe to the 01. Maybe these zeros are fine. Okay, so actually, if we trace backwards, right? 0, 0, fine. 0, 0, fine. 0, 1, fine. 4, 0, plausible. 2.4 plausible. 9C, wait, hold on. Yeah, actually, could be fine. Because again, these are going up, right? And 9C would be right before A4. You've got to remember this is off by 1. So this 9C is probably fine. 9.0, that's way wrong. So it's a 4-byte corruption. We have determined this is new information. New information. 9C should be F. No, I don't think that's correct. I think 9C is right. 9C is in this column. Isn't it? 9C 2440, etc. Yes. So we have a 4-byte. Now, this narrows it down, guys, because if it's a relocation, some relocations are 4 bytes, some are 8 bytes. Some in the debug section are 2 bytes. I'm not even sure how many 4-byte relocations we write, but this might be one of them, which is, that's great, I guess. Now, there is one thing that's a little bit sus to me, which is that very often when I was looking, because I was earlier today, I was looking at an executable once or twice that had the same problem. This does usually happen in these preamble and postambles of flushing all the registers that Ryan did. But like, maybe that's just because in a small function like this, it's the majority of the body of the frickin' function. I don't know. I don't know. Can I patch the binary using a hex editor? We probably could. But this is probably not the only crash point, right? Like in my experience, like we might even be able to just like set, oh, this function is in a hash table, so it gets called a bunch. Okay, so here's the thing, like I was saying, we could say, how far is this into the text section, right? Except with ASLR, I don't know how the fuck you know that anymore, but maybe we could figure it out. And then we could say, is there a 4-byte relocation to this position in the text section? That would tell us whether that's actually what's happening, right? Because the other thing that could be happening is maybe we just write this out wrong, like we corrupt the memory inside the compiler before writing out the data. That is also a possibility. Can extrapolate what they should be in there. Yes, that is correct. I don't know why you're telling me to change the 9C2440. The 9C2440 are correct. Get on the long bus. Looks like it's a MoveSD. Yes, that's what I started by saying, is it's MoveSD XMM111. We know that. We know that. And we know that, this, right, like I said, this F2 is actually the start of this instruction. This is 1 byte off, which means this is that previous instruction. Now, is it sus, I ask you, is it sus that this happened to land at the start of an instruction, right? That's kind of a 1 in 8 chance for instructions this long. You can't see my cursor. Why can't you see my cursor? Is that like an OBS setting that's turned off? It says capture cursor. OBS has capture cursor turned on. More software working. Only when over VS. Really? Dude, what is even happening? I can see my cursor when it's over Visual Studio. OBS cannot. Oh, but in this sub window it can. Guys, what is literally even happening here? Oh, it's the assembly and memory windows are too low level to show you the cursor, but it does show me the cursor. Okay, it's just when it's the vertical line. For some reason, you guys don't get to see the vertical line at all, and I do. It's probably getting like filtered out because it's like downscaling it and then like saying, but it's not even showing up on my capture. All right, you cannot see my cursor, but take my word for it. So to review, everything up to here is correct. This is wrong. But then starting with that F2, it's correct again. It's just this is being decoded wrong because it's starting at the wrong byte. But if you look at this and if you shift it one to the right, it's a move SD of XMM12, right? So this is the wrong one. And if you trace backward, the bytes are correct. 0001, sorry, 000001, 40, right? It's because 2830, 3840, 24, 9C comes next. So it's these 4 bytes are the wrong ones. That's how I know it's a 4-byte. Probably it's either a 4-byte relocation or a 4-byte rampant pointer right. Now, it's an interesting question. Could we patch this exe and keep running it and see if there's another problem in it? Which I think it's likely that there is. But we could try that. It looks easy to patch. Yes, it is easy to patch, but I don't know if that helps us solve the problem at all. Okay, how do we figure out how far into the text section this is? I don't remember if I export any symbol for that. I do. Okay. Expression must have arithmetic. Oh, I got double OX that time. 125437 bytes. So is there a relocation that far into the text section? Change those 4 bytes to NOPs. We don't have to change them to NOPs. We know what they are. We know what they're supposed to be. Can I actually change them in Visual Studio? Like, what if I do this? Can we be like hype? My impression is that Microsoft's job is to prevent good programmers from being hyper chads. Right? Like if I say OXF2, oh my God, it's going to let me do it. OX44. OXOF OX10. If this is a relocation, we could subtract the correct bytes from this to figure out what the relocation value is and then search for it in the executable. Okay. Can I do this? Okay, well. Okay, we're somewhere else now. Yeah, so like I said, oh, no, you know what? Like the stack got hosed is what happened. Does the stack get hosed on interrupts like that? I popped RBP with the bogus instruction. I forgot what the bogus instruction was. Oh, yeah. No, that, you're right. That is very bad. That is a very unfortunate bogus instruction. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to archive this. It didn't take us that many runs to generate this. I want to archive this and then go again, and we'll see what happens next time. And we'll see if it lines up at the start of an instruction next time. And we'll see if it's in the same range, right? We'll see if it's 4 bytes next time. It might be 8 bytes next time, right? So let's just... build corrupted exe1, and we need the Soko debugs from there. Do we need anything else? Right, so if I run this, yeah. Let's just copy the DLLs in there, why not? Why did we cause this DLL problem? I ask you. Oh, it's not going to run anyway because it's not going to load the data files. So we'll have to, here's what we do. Create shortcut, properties, start in the right folder. Why is there a, okay. So then I don't think we need the DLLs. Right? So I could run this. No, we do need the DLL. Why did we make computers this bad? Okay. So that's interesting that it asserts, that's loading data. What? It's fine. When we want to reproduce this, we'll just copy it back out to the fucking right place. Can I look in the relocation table? That's what I literally said I was going to do. We can do that later. It's just too hard because I don't understand how to use the linker tools and stuff, so I don't want to do it yet. Put a breakpoint before it. Can you put a breakpoint at a assembly address? All right, let's try that. Let's run it again. Okay, hold on. Did I move these out? All right. Let's run it again. We'll find the address and we will breakpoint it. Windbag. I have never used Windbag in my whole life. So I would be taking the ergonomic hit of trying to use a debugger that I have no idea how to use. Windbag disables ASLR. Oh, that's good, actually. I kind of can't believe the hell that we have made of computers. I mean, I saw it happen, but I still can't. Okay, why are we not running? What is happening here? It didn't exception for some reason. Let's just run that again. Why is it not exceptioning? Did we change something? Like it's in the place. Wait, guys, these are different bytes. Is this the same offset? So this is text base, and the start of this is here. It is. Wait, guys. We have different bytes at the same address. That means it has to be a relocation. And ASLR, or arbitrary address locations, has resulted in it being different bytes. Okay, this is wonderful news because it means we have ruled out corrupting the executable. I think. Now, we did have shenanigans of me copying the executable back and forth, and maybe I got confused, but hopefully not. We should be able to run this several times, and like sometimes we might get the same address, but we shouldn't get the same address every time, right? So this address is this one. So we're just going to see if we get exactly that again. Most people still won't admit that we're collapsing, either in software or in the general world. Like, I tried to give talks to people. I tried to give the same talk 2 different times recently to like supposedly smart people about how software technology was not advancing. And like, people couldn't even understand the point. Forget about them agreeing with it or not. They like couldn't understand the idea of the technology that you use to make software. Like my mind is blown. Like the sample size is like 25 people each time. So like out of 50 people, like one person confirmed understood the point and maybe didn't agree with it. It's mind-boggling, dude. And this is why collapse happened, right? If people saw the problem, they might be concerned with fixing it. But if people don't even see the problem, they're not going to fix it, right? Or I'm just crazy and there's no problem, but I really do kind of feel like there's a problem. Do I do talks at university? Sometimes. But these days, I just have too much work. I can't go do random talks. But like after the next game or so ships, I will do one. Anyway, okay, so let's... So, okay, I'm a little bit sus now because this is literally exactly the same address. And why is that? But it's also, it's at exactly the same offset, which is why I kind of don't think it's a runtime memory corruption. I kind of think it is a relocation. But move the exe again. Data breakpoint. Can you data breakpoint a relocation? No, because wait, guys, if this is a relocation, it would have got written. If this is an erroneous relocation that we wrote, it would have gotten written at link time. Did I generate one new executable after that happened? I don't even know anymore. No, this is different now. Okay. What does that mean? Hold on. Let's make sure it's the same point in the executable. So again, so text base. Oh, we have it up here. Copy value 7FF7 ABF 91030. This is mapping. Oh no, it's not mapping to the same thing every time. But it is the same as here. So this address is wait, where were we? This address, these are all fine. Okay. It's a little bit sus. Oh no, here we finish with the XMMs. And this is integer registers. It is mildly sus that it's happening at the beginning of, oh no, this isn't at the beginning. This is 1 byte in probably. 1 or 2 bytes in. So here's the thing. Whoops. Oh, come on. Why? No, we're up here. One, 2, 5, 3, 1, 9. It's a little bit different. I mean, okay, but look here though. You can see here we have a hit of something going in the wrong place. And then down here we have another hit of something going in the wrong place. See that shit? We have 2. can we tell if these are 4 or 8 bytes? Okay, guys, so these are coming out differently every time, right? Which means the most plausible explanation is these are relocations to external symbols, because otherwise they wouldn't change. If they were also in the object file that we wrote out, which we don't do this very much actually, but we do between sections. So we do say, oh, but if the sections are mapped to different, yeah, okay. But that last one was 4 bytes, which is weird because I would expect most relocations to be pointers. Let's check this one. How many bytes is that? Okay, so this is just like before. We have an F2 that's part of this, right? And so this is 00000140. Those are all fine. 24 fine. 9C fine. Was it XMM11 last time? Is this literally the same one? Yeah, FA2D. So this is weird because we dropped a dookie in the same place as last time. But then we also dropped an earlier dookie that we didn't drop last time. What does that mean? I don't understand how that's possible. The earlier one looks just like the assembly of the functions comparison. No, this is garbage. This is garbage. Because this compare starts out with 4.8, which is like the right thing. So what's actually wrong, I think, is this. It's a little harder to tell up here. Whoops, not that many bytes. What's actually wrong is these 4, I suspect. I don't actually know. But I don't think it's 8 bytes. If this was an 8-byte dookie, it would go all the way to here. Maybe. Maybe that's 8 bytes. This one is definitely 4 bytes though. So like what would cause this? Well, let's just run it again. Load RCX and RDX and compare those. What do you think that's going to do? That's not, like, we don't care what the runtime values of registers are. That's not the problem, right? Unless you're suggesting something that's so big-brained, I don't understand. Okay. So see, oh, you know what? This dookie probably was here the whole time. I just didn't, like usually we happen to run past it and don't crash. It's like this just happens to look like normal code. Wait, maybe this is right. Hold on. I was assuming this was a dookie, but maybe this is right. I don't know. Yeah. So this is coming out the same way every time, which means maybe I relinked it. So one thing we could do, since we know it's 4 bytes that are wrong, we know the correct 4 bytes, we could subtract them and see what the other bytes are. I don't know if that would help us. But that is within our power. So this this is obvious trash instructions quality-wise, but we probably do generate stuff like that right now in terms of cast to bool or something, right? What is the actual code? Yeah. So we're generating a bool and returning it, and we're mostly pre and post amble. Use Shotgun King, the final checkmate, to ensure the CPU RAM on the machine isn't faulty. I agree. I would like to reward myself with some Shotgun King tonight. But this bug has been in the compiler for months, and sometimes you just have to beat your head against the wall until it's done. Do you generate rel 32 relocations? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. And so one thing we could do is log all the rel 32 relocations that we generate in the text section. And maybe that gives us some information. I'm not sure what, right? Because it's look, either we're saving the offset incorrectly or it's changing. Let's go look at text base. We're only 12K in, right? What if when we pack the code, there's some junk at the beginning and then all of these are offset, right? That's a thing that could happen. We have some zeros. Oh, you know what these are, guys? I believe these are our floating point numbers that we use for negating fucking floats and doubles. See, we have 7 zeros and a sign bit, 7 zeros and a sign bit. Three zeros and a sign bit, 3 zeros and a sign bit. See, this is for like 2 packed into an XMM register of 8 bytes, and this is like 4 of 4 bytes. And then what are these for? I don't know what those are. Okay. Yeah, so here we go. See, except, oh, yeah, okay. So we pack this twice, and see there's a sneaky 8 in there. So we're packing that twice, which is like packing the smaller one 4 times. Okay, but what's after that? Oh, you know what? It's just the decoder at the wrong start, right? So, so if we go to 5.0, oh, come on, man. Like, accept as input the same format that you are outputting, please. All right. This makes sense. That's a sub RSP. This is mouse pointer inside is our first function. Okay, I can think of a bunch of things that we could try. For example, we could log what do we think is the offset of every function we compile in the text section. And then we could compare that versus what we see in the debugger, right? Because we have our text base and we have the thing. I already exported the relocations with -- reloc. Did I? Not for this object file, but we could. And then we could look for that offset into the text section. Was it this one? Let's go back there. Okay, it doesn't. You have to go away and come back. Microsoft, thank you. So it's this. It's the FAFA 2D. FAFA is you. So it's this one. 125437. How do we do this? Dude, I have no idea which of these debugger commands we ran. Something with -relocs in it. If I were running, this is one place where Linux is better. If I were running a Linux shell, okay, hold on. Do we want something like output.txt? No. Do we want something like output2.txt? No. What do we... Control R doesn't work. What is Control R? Oh. I'm trying to delete. Oh, dude, this is unreadable. What is even happening? What the fuck is that? Okay. You guys are just making me hate computers even more. Problem is I don't know what to search for. Maybe it was an obj dump. I want to see all the obj dumps. Probably wasn't that one. Probably wasn't that one. I mean, is it that one? The expand relokes? I don't see offsets here. Oh, this is expand relokes for the code view. We never figured out how to do that. We need to do this for the text section. Okay. This is the wrong file as well, but I just want to I want to figure out how to do relocations for the text section. Is there text? No. Can I pick a section by name somehow? Let's do the section headers. Okay. Debug, pdata directive, xdata, dll init, text. Okay. We want these relocations. There are a lot of them. Don't mind that. How do we dump the relocations for .text is the question. --sr maybe? How do I pick the section? How do I pick the section? -x? No. -j? Toby Chew? Toby Chew? Like, if you ever write a thing this huge and you keep writing display for each section shown, say in this line, use the dash whatever to pick the section. Display the specified sections as a list of strings. That's not what I want, but dude, how do I pick the section? Oh my God. Dash section equals. There is no dash section. That's not an option. If this is a hidden thing, not in options, that would be amazing. Nope. You just saw it. I'm pretty sure you didn't. This is alphabetical. Below T put. I don't see T. No, that is not what we are looking for. We already did this, guys. We ran this literally like a second ago. We did that. Remember that? We just did that. This will do the same thing according to the dot. Look, that is not what we need. We need to actually look at the relocations for one of these sections. And apparently, you need a degree in options science to figure out how to do it. Just dump all relokes. That doesn't do anything. Or does it? Oh, it does. Wait. Then do we have... Why didn't we get that there? All right. Okay, this is good enough. So, we actually want sokoban.build corrupted exe1 socodebug.exe -- relokes redirected to find 125437, just so we remember the number. 30 megabytes. Okay, the problem is we need hex. 125437 hex 1E9FD 1E9FD. Bro, don't do me like this. What am I supposed to conclude from this? Okay, we're not actually completely sure that this object file corresponds to this exe. Because I did do some copying around and whatever. However, one E90 so 1E9 FD would be after this, and we do not see it here. Now, I don't actually know if these are guaranteed to be in order, so let's keep going. Oh, guys, I'm a silly. I'm a silly. I said it was a 4-byte relocation. But like, it could be an 8-byte relocation with zeros at the top, but that wouldn't happen. Or would it? Or would it? I don't remember if we have these symbols. There we go. It's got 2 bytes of zeros at the top, which would mean 125435 if it's in the type table, which would be 1E9FB. See, I don't know. Okay, however, EB, how far is that from F2? C, D, E, F, 0, 1, 2. That's 7 bytes off. Okay. Which is weird. 7. Copy.build corrupt exe1 back to build. Well, what we could do is we could relink using this object file to make sure that the executable corresponds to the object file, right? I feel like it probably does, but I don't know. You know, we already made one mistake like that tonight. Guys, here's what I don't know. We don't even know what section we're looking at here. How do we find that out? Because we dumped all relocations from the file. If this isn't in the text section, it doesn't even frickin' matter, right? .text, .text, open brace, okay. So text starts at line 340,000. Why are computers this messed up? Okay, so 1E9FB-ish. There's nothing even close to that in the text section. Okay, but like we said, maybe this isn't the right object file, right? Am I going to stream until this bug is fixed? I don't know. I don't know. If I'm relinking, should I disable ASLR? I would do that if I ever had any evidence that that actually disables ASLR. As far as I know, Microsoft made that stop working because they don't want programmers to be chads. Like, if I actually knew how to disable ASLR correctly, that would be my default all the time. But like, none of the things that people say about how you do it actually work anymore. Okay, so let's retrace our steps here for a second, because we did have this thing where the symptom mysteriously changed, and maybe that was because I accidentally recompiled, and we don't have matching files, right? So let's put this object file back in, oh, we don't even have a .build. We're going to call this .build. Let's actually check the 922. I mean, they were written in the same minute. I kind of feel like, but maybe that's when I copied it to move it around. I don't know. Timestamps are preserved when you copy in this case, right? Let's just see. Link.exe .build Soko debug. All right. So this was literally just written from this .build. This .obj. So let's see where we crash or don't crash. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that we used to like hit an illegal instruction and now we just hit a jump to a bad place. That's weird. Oh, we're back to illegal instruction. Or something. No, we're see, now it's totally different again, right? Which kind of leads me to believe it is a relocation. Let's see the address. So again, text base is this. And our bad spot is, I don't know, this one's hard. See, okay, this number looks like a big negative number, but all these addresses are OX7F. So if we actually put two of them in the same place, it could do that. I've had that bug before. Or if this already was just hard-coded to a 7F and then we put a relocation on top of it that was also 7F, it could add up to something like this. Now that said, this is a little bit too many digits. Also, this is a, okay, I think this is the wrong one, right? It's got to be here because this location has got to be wrong. But it says it knows what it is. It says it's compare function. What's... So what is... Oh, this has a 0 on top. So maybe it is 7F. It's just, this is a lot of Fs. RIP seems to be 0. Yeah, but how did it get to be 0? (492F910). Let's just put that in the address. Actually, let's take a look. It's got to be this one, right? I mean, that looks fine. So what, pray tell, is the problem? Compare function was the function that had the problem. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yes. It is quite likely that compare function has the problem, but it's not fatal. It just messed stuff up. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, it's right. It's on literally the same instruction, but the resulting instructions are different, which again, to me means relocation against something that is changing. Right? Right? One E9 FD again. Okay. So let's go back to this command, but this is going to be just .build. It's the same object file. I don't think this is going to come out any differently, guys, because like the object file didn't frickin' change. So WTF. Is it not showing us all the relocations? We're going to do this again just to do it, but it's going to be the same file because it was the same file. So text section. 1 E9FB 1D. We go from 1D7 to 2.6. Well, again, okay, maybe they're not sorted. I wish I could tell what section we are in. These are still going up. A lot of rel 32s here. Section 7, no 7, 8, no 8. So section 9 is really the next one. D beef. I mean, these do look sorted to me. Okay, I don't understand what to think about this. Can anything else modify the text section at load time besides a text section relocation? Or at link time? Oh. Wait. No, because this is before link. We're looking at the object file. Can I try to dump the relokes from the exe? Most of them will be discarded, won't they? Oh, but maybe that's why we're not seeing it in the obj. I mean, how many M's? 3 M's. Dot text. Well, The obj reloc's offset will be totally different. Oh, maybe it is like, is the linker going to rearrange the text section somehow? I guess it could, right? Like, do you guys think it's inserting stuff into the middle of the text section? That seems unlikely. It seems to me like it would concatenate things, and we know it's our text section at the beginning. Wasn't there a dynamic relocks? I don't know what dynamic relocks are. Dude, I don't know. Is whole program optimization enabled? Probably not. I mean, if you can figure out what options there are by looking at this giant text spam, this is exactly what we used. It looks pretty vanilla. We are turning off the logo output, though. Have I tried PE Viewer? I don't know what PE Viewer is. Does ObjJump output the same stuff? I have no idea. PE Viewer. Do I have this? Not that I know of. Get in store app. It's being sold for $10. It has 0 reviews. It's by a company called AdLice, so you can add lice to your head. I mean, this actually looks like it might be a thing. It has AI classification. PE view. Hey, all right. XLat Hink. Why are programmers so bad at naming things? P view. Let's look at some P. Accept. Can we do the object files? What happens if I give it an object file? That is, I will give them that. That is a very limited view of 64-bit files. It's an extremely limited view. I love the GUI. we do have obj dump. Like, this is how bad computers are, everybody. I just want you to notice this. Okay. Obj dump dash big R dash little r dash j dot text. Okay. There's no text section. Congratulations. How about, let's just see what ended up in the file. Literally nothing. Okay. It claims there's no text section. The official MS document doesn't work for disabling ASLR. It doesn't work. I've tried so many things. It doesn't work. I am maybe rapidly reaching my limit of patience with these things. I'm enjoying my very limited view of 64-bit files. Okay, so to recap, so far we have a place in the executable that keeps getting bombed. Okay, does it get bombed differently every time we run or every time we link? I think the answer is just every time we link, right? So if we run again, so right now, oh, we had to, so basically we're coming back from compare function and dying here, right? We could just verify that that symptom is the same. Oh, did I rerun the linker though since then? I don't know, whatever. This is the first day of the rest of our life right here. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we have the same thing. We're coming back dying, right? We'll do it again. Any reason I'm not doing this in Linux? Because I don't know if the bug even happens in Linux. Like, how am I going to debug a Windows bug in Linux? This doesn't make sense. Okay. So, also, Linux is way worse for debugging than Windows. So I don't know why you would suggest anyone use Linux for debugging software. Like, it's an insane notion at its base. Okay, so the same thing is happening every time, right? Oh, let's do this again. Yep. Okay, so now we're going to relink. And we had some layout randomization. Pretty amazing. Now that was too fast. I don't trust that. Oh, not run, del. All right. Anyway. GDB greater than VS tooling. I mean, if your taste in debugging is that bad, this is not the right channel for you. That's all I have to say. So now here's what's interesting. It might be, hear me out, it might be that even when we don't crash, that code gets bombed in the same place, just non-fatally. Okay, so here we're back to not illegal exception, right? But we're dying in the same place. It's just, I don't know why we're jumping to ourselves. We're literally somehow, like, how did that happen? Is that a clue? How did we bomb this with a jump instruction to our own function? How is that even possible? What are the odds of that? Somebody tell me what the odds of this are if it's a random relocation. Because you've got to realize relocations add to the memory location that was there. So this was like a move SD XMM 11 comma whatever. And somehow that adds to be a jump back to here. That doesn't make any sense. Like 50-50. No, this is incredibly sus. This is like when you're a UFO skeptic and you're watching all the footage and you're like, yeah, that's just like a fly on the lens or whatever. And then you're driving home after the late night analyzing the UFO footage and a UFO flies in front of your car. What the fuck is this? How is this even possible? Seven A is a relative jump. Oh, yes, thank you. I didn't read the bytes. That's how tired I am. No, you're correct. You're correct. Oh, and you know what? This isn't even the real start of the function. What happened is this jump sort of started the decoder here, and it's 1 byte off, as you can see. Okay. Okay. So this is incorrect. This is incorrect. We're good. But is it literally the same byte offset again, right? So once again, text base 79488. We don't have that one. We're going to copy the value down here. We're going to do this. And we are going to... Why did that move us? Anyway, we are going to subtract this. (1E9FD). It is in the same place. So, okay. Here's what I think is, even though we do not see a relocation of 1E9FD anywhere, I feel we have to have output that, right? So it's something about the tools or something that's not telling us. We have to have output a relocation of 1E9FD, or I could just instrument the executable, right? Or instrument the compiler to write out all the text section relocations, and I can see if they match what the dumper says, right? I can see if they match what the dumper says. They probably don't. Okay, so our one random ass issue here. Okay, we sort of have two problems. One, This may not be the same. In fact, that was our operating theory, right? This is not the same offset as it is in the object file, because this is the executable. Now, the problem number 2 is this function is not unique. It's like polymorphed a bunch of times. And so it's not like we could look in the object file by name to know what the offset is. So kind of what I want to do now, since we have this squirreled away, I'm getting really tired. It's time to end the stream soon. But before that, I want to just keep recompiling, which we haven't done in a long time. And I just want to see if we can get another crash in a unique function, right? Or maybe it keeps crashing here. That's information. But if we get a corruption in a unique function, then I can look up that function in the object file, right? And that would be better. Does dump bin relocations work? Probably not, but I'll type it just for you. Do I have dump bin? Yes. Oh shit. But this is like, these are not relative to, I think these all have 140 blah, blah, blah added, right? Oh no, because it's the RV. I don't know how to read this, but let's. Whoops. I meant to say, this is how tired I am. All right. Okay. 1E9F8 again. We saw that one. This is not the right thing, and that's the only 1E9F that we see. 1E9, 1E9E. One E9FD is too far to be reached by a 1E9E. Would it be possible to recreate this bug in a smaller repro? Maybe. Oh, I've got this open in something. Oh, PE view is still running, guys. It's just, this is PE view right here. See this? It said a very minimal view of 64-bit files, and that's true to its word. Also note that I can only close it if my cursor is here. If I go too far to the right, that's a no-no. So, Windows. All right. Was that what was keeping us from... Maybe it was that compiler window. Okay. I have built a new one. Again, it probably won't crash. That doesn't mean it doesn't have a poop in the same place. Honestly. We could actually go to the function. We could break all if it runs and go to text base plus 1E9FD, right? Let's do this. Debug. Oh, we're not in the debugger. Let's run it in the debugger because I want to know if there's a poop in the same place. Wrong one. Because that'll be easy to spot if there is. And that would be interesting. Like if it corrupts the same... I wouldn't expect it to corrupt the same function every time, actually, because of how nonlinear the compiler is. but maybe it does. Maybe. Okay. So we're going to break all. We're going to go text base is this BC11030. Copy value plus 1E9FB. We're going to go, no, copy value. We're going to go to disassembly. We go to that address. Now that's going to be off by something, right? Okay, this looks like a totally different. Yeah, this is inside do copy subbuffer. So if it stomped in the same function, we don't know. I'm just going to keep running till we get another crash. Can I search for 1E triple O? 1E triple O RVA. Okay. So these are all, this is 1E 4. There's no 4FB here. There's 4AD, so you can listen to some Dead Can Dance albums. That's so weird, right? It's got to be a relocation. I don't know what else it could possibly be. Whoops. But we can't find evidence of such a relocation. But again, like okay, so the relocation must be in the object file, and that function must have a different address in the object file, right? It must be getting reordered. That is the only coherent explanation I can think of for what we are observing. We could verify that if we can get a crash in a more unique function. And so that's my goal now. Why are all those mapped to the same address? What do you mean? Oh, like here? Because it's the same symbol, right? Like if you're calling an external function or something, you need to put that address multiple places, right? Like how else are you going to do it? Now that said, we could probably look up what frickin' function this is, right? If we had a sus relocation, which we don't. No, this is totally fine that these are to the same things. That's what I would expect. Right? The A2B looks weird. The A2B. Why? Oh, because that's very large. That is true. That really looks really wrong, doesn't it? Now that would be a different problem from what we're observing. But it really does look really wrong. Yeah, I mean, this might be a totally different problem, but like WTF with that. This is not an LLVM problem. This is in our own x64 backend. Is that the only instance of a high number? I don't know. We could like search through the file. I'm going to write this down because, okay, so our two leads are hey.text 1F000RVA A to B really high address. That is a good point. Does anyone think that there's a good reason for this to be this? And the other one is get a crash in a unique function. Use this to find obj file address of function to know where the relocation was. Yeah, so my best guess is this is a relocation that is gone from the object file, or from the executable. So it's to something else that gets resolved at link time. So are these all to DLLs? Is that what this means? Maybe the function is from another process. That's not how that works. There's no such thing as a function from another process. Why are there so many relocations for the same address? We literally just talked about that. How else are you going to put the same address? Like if you're going to call a function 5 times, how else do you do it? I mean, you could load it into a variable and then call through a variable, which is going to fuck your branch predictor. Or you put the relocation multiple times, right? Like what else are you going to do? I mean, if there is a better thing to do, I'm all ears, but like, I don't know what else you do. So the problem we have is this is a very long file. So searching manually for another number that appears out of range is not really likely. I'd be more likely to accidentally gloss over it. So, okay, now the reason we were looking at that was because that's sort of near the address we were looking for. And the question is, what's the probability of that? Because we're not seeing another one. So maybe that was the right block and the function moved, but like not by very much. It moved by a few hundred bytes. You know what I'm saying? Because like, look at all, we've looked at hundreds and I haven't seen another one. So like that seems That seems highly relevant to our interests. Now, where do these addresses come from? They come from other... They come from resolving the symbols in other object files, right? So how would we get something like that? Yeah, dir64 followed by anything that doesn't start with 0. Yeah. I mean, we could write a little program that parses these out real fast. So how many spaces is it? I don't know if emac 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. dir64 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2. So that's one. That's literally the only one in the file. How about 3, 4, 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. O followed by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guys, that's the only one in the whole file. That seems highly relevant, doesn't it? Highly relevant. I forgot A through F. That's true. dir64 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A. Let's do the 2 again. Yep, we found the 2. B, C, D, E, F. It is literally the only one. Literally the only one. Is the search case insensitive? Yes. Okay, this may or may not be the same bug, but it's very, very fishy that the place we are looking is close to where that corruption was. But it's weird because the corruption would be this number on the left being wrong. It wouldn't have anything to do with what we shove there, because those places we were looking at in the code were simply the wrong place to be putting relocations. So I don't understand what is happening. This is not the image base. Oh, that's the section base, right? Okay, we're still not getting crashes. We're going to go a little more. I mean, you made a mistake with the 1E, but still, dude. What is that? What is happening at 1F? Like, what are the odds that we go to the only time in the file? Now, there might be other times in the file that are too big. It's just not that much too big. Let's search for 00Fs. I mean, search for 000F. Like, I mean, this is very weird. This is like an episode of like Ghost Hunters. Whoops. Is there a 9FD? Yes. In 53E0000. Doesn't seem relevant. 79600. This is like, do you know what ghost thing this is like? This is like in the beginning of Ghostbusters 2016 when Jared is showing people around the haunted mansion. This is like that. No, do you know what this is like? This is like the ghost house tour in I Think You Should Leave with Tim Robinson. All right. This is the after hours tour. We're all adults here, so we can say whatever the hell we want. That is what we're doing right now. And you can look that up on YouTube if you want. I don't want to get DMCA'd by playing it. Reloc blocks are page sized. Yeah, I mean, this assumes that they didn't get reordered again. Oh, but wait, this is for the was this for the executable? This was, right? Yeah. That was for the executable. So you're saying maybe one of these is the stomper. There are two 9FDs. Except it's not 9FD, right? 9FD was the first corrupted byte. These are all 8-byte relocations, okay? So again, we have to subtract, right? We have in general 1, 2, 3 0 bytes and then a 1 byte, right? So FD, FC, FB, FA. We would be looking for a 9FA, right? Explain to me why that's not true. Oh, no, because we're little endian. That's why it's not true. And that was what was false about my reasoning before when I subtracted. Dude, we're little endian. So 9FD really is the first byte. Well, remember what I said about how we could subtract. See, we know what the bytes are supposed to be in the machine language. We could subtract these addresses from that to see if these are the addresses. You know what I'm saying? Can't we simply get the image offset from the crash? Maybe. We got another crash, guys. That's also from Ghostbusters 2016. We got one! Or something like that. Let's see. What is our crash now? Oh, fuck. Wait, I thought we had a crash. What the actual F? Did I just control C it and not run again? Is that what happened? If I had a kid, what would I do for their schooling? I would find a group of adults who wanted to pay for high quality, high budget homeschooling for a group of kids that makes it affordable. Okay, it must not have. Dang it, we didn't get one. And then I would put a bunch of money into that and homeschool the kid, or group home tutor scenario the kid. No way would I send a kid to public school in the USA in 2022. No way. Not even close. Not even. You know how, like, if you're a pedophile, you can't go within a certain distance of schools? I would set up those same rules for my kid. I would say, you're not allowed within 1,000 meters of a school or whatever. I sure jumped pedophiles awful quick. Well, it was on my mind because that's why I don't want my kid to go to public school, is to be exposed to all the frickin' pedophiles who are now teaching in public schools. Okay, we got another debug information corrupt. That's a whole other avenue, by the way, that we didn't decide to go down. We have still 3 archives with debug info corrupt. And that one's interesting because it's in a totally different section, probably. Let's see if this one happens to crash as well. Are private schools any better? Some of them are bad, but some of them are fine. And the thing about private school is you can decide. Debug information corrupt. Honestly, that one seems to happen more than the executable one. And I wonder why, but maybe again, maybe we are getting lots of executable corruptions. It's just not necessarily in the functions we run to render. And when they are, maybe they don't happen to hose us. The debug information corrupt thing because of that abnormal address. I wouldn't think that it was that address, but it could be a similar problem. It could be that whatever is causing that one also happens in other sections. Can I assert in the compiler when I write out a relocation with a value larger than something known to be within range for this program? I mean, you can do that if it's a relocation to one of your own sections, which we don't know, right? It could be a relocation to an external symbol and we're just putting it in the wrong place. But whatever is causing us to put it in the wrong place might be causing us to sometimes go outside the program. But I would expect that if that happened, like if you try to put a relocation into an unmapped page, I imagine you just crash on startup, like before you even get to your program. So we would know if that happened is the thing. Wow, we really aren't getting crashes here. How widespread is this bug? I don't know. We have a beta user who gets this bug on his own programs sometimes, and we don't really know why. It doesn't really happen that we notice on any of our other programs. Just Sokoban. So it's like maybe your program has to be a little bit big to have a probability of this happening. Was I running a build program in the background before? Maybe system load affects the chances. It might, you know. The time I got it happening on my laptop was when the laptop was low on battery, right? And it was in like power saver mode. And I did think of that at the time. I was like, oh, cool. So maybe we need to run something. What I need to do is run bed now. So I'm going to go to bed, but I think we're going to be trying to debug this tomorrow because I want to get it done, man. Now we do also have options in the compiler to mix things up. It's just they didn't seem to help that much last time, but we could try one here. Can I figure out where that huge number gets written? No. No, it's bedtime. Sorry. We could do like dash randomize in the debug compiler and see if this helps. Whoops. It'll take longer because it's debug compiler. MZRST. Download v1.12. PPEE puppy. Where's the puppy? Drop binary here. Okay, wait, can I do this with an object file? Should have done that. Okay, strings in file, suspicious. This is very suspicious, guys. The rate at which this is responding is extremely suspicious. Why is literally everything like this? I mean, I guess if the object file is corrupted, that's fine, but like, Let's look for suspicious on this. Oh, this is for suspicious strings. Okay, that's crap anyway. Nobody cares. I thought we were looking for suspicious anything. So for an object file, it's literally not giving us any capabilities. That's lame. For the executable, we can actually see some things. But these are all higher level Windows things. This is like the manifest and all this shit. This is nothing that we care about. Oh, wait, section headers. It's a little bit of what we care about. Virtual address, virtual size, raw address, raw address. This is okay. Some of this, I take it back. This is useful. This is useful. Doesn't show the relocations. Yes, that is a bummer. But it's not like well, what are these the relocations for? Anyway. Okay, let's try one last thing before I go to bed, which is the following. This might be a complete derail at this point, but I'm going to copy this back here so it could run from here. This was one of our things. I mean, I could have just relinked, but this is one of our things that crashes or hangs. And we want to go back to this weird thing that we noticed. Thanks, Windows, for interrupting me in the middle of typing. This thing. So we're saying this is 1FA2B from the start of the image. How do I know what is the start of the image? Oh, we don't. Let's at least put the PDB back. Does anyone know if I tried Ghidra? I do not know what that is. Should be a module list window under debug views. Okay, so we've got our crash. This is as we expect. Okay, debug views, like debug windows. Debug windows. Modules. Okay. Okay, so address. Can I copy this? Oh, dude. That somebody programmed that menu. All right, so that's our base address of our thing. We're going to add plus 1F A2B, right? It's like B to B. Okay. Now, on the one hand, this is a weird number. On the other hand, it just fucking happens to end in the same digits as this, which is mega sus. Like, okay, maybe we're just on the wrong page. What the actual fuck, guys? Because text base. Okay, hold on. Text base is this. That sum is from an old text base. Plus 1 OX 1E9FB. Motherfucker. Okay. I'm too tired to do beta keys, but I'm going to whisper Kirby on tour. I'm going to say a message. And then also Graphite Master has been helpful. This is a little bit random. Now, that said, the beta keys that you guys will get still has this frickin' bug. Okay, wait. I am so confused, guys. I am very, very, very confused because clearly the relocation messing up the code means it is going to the wrong address. Okay? However, this is clearly wrong. So, like, what? When relocations go out of bounds, they are modulo the image size. Right, but like, I just mean, how is this? How is the wrong value in the target? Like, first of all, how does that even get there? Because we didn't put that there. That has to be that some symbol is mapped to that or something, right? So firstly, where did this even come from? But secondly, how does this result in us putting things at the wrong location? Is it that all these got remapped when we made the exe, except this one didn't because it's clearly invalid? Like, that doesn't make sense. He means there should be 8 empty bytes in the text file that would get overwritten. Yes, but there aren't, like, at this location, it's clearly in the middle of code, right? It is the last one in that page that's suspicious. I agree that that's suspicious. Although, again, I mean, that's only a 1 in 9 probability. That's not that low. But yes, it is suspicious. Also, if you look at the differences between these, they're about hex 100 every time. And this is almost a hex 300 difference. That's not that 250. I mean, this is about 250, right? So maybe that's not that sus. But again, also though, guys, only 4 bytes were corrupted. And this is like an 8-byte relocation, so fucking explain that one. I think only 4 bytes were corrupted. I mean, we looked at a few different ones, but if I go here, oh yeah, we have to look this one up manually because we didn't crash in the right place. How did we do that? Oh, I think we set a breakpoint on the instruction before, right? And we reran. Okay, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? What if I break? Oh, it didn't say, oh. Wait, how did that work before? I think we got lucky when that worked because ASLR usually makes that not work, right? Because you don't map to the same address and it doesn't understand how to map the breakpoint or something. Okay, we could see if we could actually set the breakpoint here. How did we do that before? The problem is this maps to multiple places in the source code or in the executable, and that may be confusing. I did it in the disassembly, but like, that's what I just did. And it didn't work. Although this time it worked. I think you just have to hope that you get the same memory mapping is what happens. And we just lucked out and got it the first time. This is why developers should not have ASLR turned on. Like it's, all right. Anyway, so yeah, we went down in here. We went down here. How do I move this? So here, again, we have F2 000001 40249C. So only 4 bytes are wrong. So how is it this dir64, doesn't that mean 8-byte relocation, maybe, is putting 4 bytes? Is it possible that the top is being cleared to 0 for some reason? I don't have any other explanation. If the top is being cleared to 0, why is it even being stored? Doesn't the debugger ensure it loads at the same address? It didn't. No. Do those bytes match the address? I mean, we would have to subtract them out, right? Because doesn't it add to whatever's in the memory? So, right. So here we have 18CE0490. So we would have to subtract. So F2 is F. F2 plus 26 is 18. But this is almost 26. It's 249, right? Can we somehow carry? Um, 4 9C plus 4 is 9 A, B, C, D, E. Isn't it sus that the reloc thing is exactly the opcode? What am I missing something? How is it exactly the opcode? Oh, you mean here, wait, F2, 4, oh shit. I didn't notice this. What is happening? The aliens. The alien. What is happening? This is the actual instruction. 6 bytes of it, anyway, for some reason. Little endian. So it's like you start the string at it's 8 bytes started here. Very good observation. I'm glad I gave you beta keys already. Why? This is the code. How is that happening? I mean, could this be anything but like an uninitialized variable that happens to be set to some code bytes that we output? And anyway, okay, 2 things. 2 things. 1, why is this code? 2, why is the offset wrong? Well, maybe the offset's wrong because it's a continuation of this string, right? What if we wrote this string over the relocation data after the relocation data was there, which I don't think should be possible, but like, okay, F2, 44, OF10, 9C or whatever, right? 24, 2B, OA. That doesn't seem like a continuation of this. Oh, but maybe this would go first, actually, right? So it would go before the zeros? These don't seem to go that either. Is it possible you're simply writing the wrong place in the file when emitting an instruction? Not really, no. The way this works is these instructions get all emitted contiguously. In theory, these all get emitted contiguously. And then the relocations get separately emitted into a contiguous buffer, and then we concatenate those out into a file. That said, I mean, it's a computer program, right? All sorts of stuff could go wrong. So actually, okay, this is weird. This has to be a 64-bit relocation of some kind in order for this value to survive this long. I still don't understand how this value gets here, because these would be like offsets of symbols in some other section. And the reason we would output this relocation is that we don't know the offset. So I don't understand. Okay, wait. What if we incorrectly outputted like a symbol import or whatever it's called and said put that here? Is that a thing? Can some other thread come along and change the right pointer on the file while you're writing instructions? It's not supposed to be able to. But we don't know. All right, guys, I am very tired. This has been good progress, though. Thanks, people who helped. Enjoy your beta keys. I mean, I send those out manually, so I'll handle them tomorrow. Yes, I do not understand what is happening here. This is very weird. But yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you later on.